hello, I was gonna start like a whole hour earlier. Actually, I was gonna start like an hour and a half earlier, but then like when I opened up Limbus around like 7:30, I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go update my game right now. And then I went and did that, and like it was a maintenance. Which I kind of forgot that with the daylight saving times, that means Limbus maintenance doesn't end until like 8 my time, which kind of sucks ass. So anyway, where yeet? Oh, I didn't set that back up, huh? Well, you're just gonna have to deal with it. I don't know. I'm lazy, so you guys deal with it. Super interested in them adding non-ID skins now as well. Oh yeah, they're planning on doing that, huh? Deal with it? Yeah, you guys deal with it. So deal with it. TM. Thank you for the pinned message. I mean, people should obviously know spoilers anyway, but you never know. She hates fun. No whimsy for you guys today. Hello, Ari boy. Hello, happy Pride. Also, speaking of, I posted this in the Discord earlier, but I was doing my dailies like while I was like setting up everything. Also because like I'm not gonna show you guys. I'm not gonna show you guys like what my team looks like, because like it's kind of a hot mess right now. So like you're just gonna have to deal with it, TM. But it's a hot mess right now is basically all I can really say. So but yeah, so I was like, okay, well I should do my dailies because I haven't done my dailies in a hot minute. Get some tickets so I can go level up some of these IDs so no one fucking yells at me to be like, oh Saf, why haven't you leveled up this character? Why is this character not why is it level 1 not even uptime? What's wrong with you? So I'm just like, okay, let me at least get some characters out over there. But where's the Yeez? You don't get any, deal with it. Shut up, you don't get to beat me up during Pride Month. Fuck you. You've been doing your weeklies, right? I mean, I don't have any weekly bonuses, so even I do my weeklies. Listen. I've been deadlocking, okay? That's I've been on that deadlock grind, okay? That's a no. Hey, but what do you mean it's not a no? Look over there. Over where my wing and tail is covering up. You see the weekly bonuses? They're grayed out. They're gone. That means I did it. That means I did it. So you can't be mad at me. X? What do you mean X? It's true. I did it for this week. Don't ask me about the other weeks. Anyway, when was the last time I streamed Limbus, by the way? How long ago was that? Was that like how long ago was that? I have to think about it because I'm like, no, deadass, like when was the last time I streamed Limbus? Because that was like the last time I actually like touched the game. Anyway, so I was doing my daily. Today. And I had my Sancho ID on there for the team, and I posted this in the Discord already, but like I heard like the sound of like her passive going off, and it's the same sound effect that Lunar used for Apollo's 2 repost noise. So when I heard the noise, initially I was just like, what? Why do I hear Apollo's repost? Why the fuck do I have Deadlock open? And then I thought about it and I was like, oh shit, wait. Shit. I've been playing too much Deadlock to the point that now Sancho is just in Deadlock, so it'd be like that. Sancho from Deadlock, for real. How's Deadlock this time? Well, we're going to 2D version. So let's see. It's been so long. The miniature of your channel from cell phone changes from Limbus to Deadlock. Wait, what? That's actually crazy. That tail is new. Tail hasn't really been new, but I haven't really done a yap session proper in a hot minute. Because I've just been doing Deadlock, and this is distracting. Sancho from Deadlock is in Limbussy. No way, for real. But yeah, so I think I'm cooked. I think I might become a fake Project Moon fan right now. Probably means I probably shouldn't be doing APR, but too late. Anyway, but anyway, I would like to yap more, but there have been some things TM that have been occurring recently TM within this community TM that I must not yap about publicly TM. So I will just all I'm gonna say is actually, you know what, I'm just not even gonna say anything. I will be the better person and just shut up. Let's go play Limbus Company. Let's go do this API, the Deadlock community events. Deadlock community event is crazy. All right, hold on, let me fix a few things here. I just made myself naked. I must make myself small because I must read very scuffed voice acting, by the way. It's gonna be very scuffed. Let's see. The live background on mobile was you gaining bloodied hand in a fight for a while. For me right now, it's your start screen. Oh, interesting. Honestly, before the 3rd anniversary stream, I saw Frey and a few other people on their stream talking about Deadlock. Wait, for real? That's wild. I mean, I know quite a few of them played Deadlock. Like recently, I played with SOOOO, like outside of the Deadlock session. And prior to all this, prior to APR, I was playing with Lunar for like quite a few months now. So I'm very silly. I'm just kidnapping people. Oh my goodness, Cinna! Hello! Hi! How is your stream for Limbus? How was Limbus? Hello, and thank you for the raid. Welcome. We fed an artist, ayo. We love feeding artists. Was the artist very pleased for being fed? It was super fun. Let's go. I'm glad to hear that. Well, thank you for the raid. Hi everyone, my name is Saphera. I'm a tuning necromancer, Nephilim wolf. I would like to say I'm variety, but lately I've been a Deadlock streamer, and I am returning a little bit to variety by playing Limbus Company, because I have yet to do the Intervallo. I don't think I've ever been like a whole week late to an Intervallo, but that Deadlock grind be real for real, so. Meru had a doodle-thon. Oh my goodness, let's go. I hope it was fun. And also happy Pride Month. Remember everybody, donate to charity for APR. All the funds go to Outright International. Go donate for charity. It's good for Pride Month and everything, and APR, so you know, all that sort of stuff. Thank you so much. It was happy Pride Month and APR, of course. Thank you again for the raid. Senna, if you need to go ahead and do any streamer aftercare also, because I know it's getting late over there. If you need to go ahead, get rest, you know, go get a snack, go get water, go eat or whatever, do what you gotta do. But if you guys wanna plug and hang out, I'm gonna do this Intervallo for the first time. Well, yeah, I don't know. Does that make sense? Well, whatever. I'm doing the Intervallo, and I don't know anything about it besides apparently projector was a thing, because that was spoil for me from the Scriblio event that Lunar Teak ran, which, by the way, kill Lunar/J. It was very silly, though. Very silly. Thank you. I'll be lurking. Have an awesome time. Thank you. Thank you. I was more than a whole ass week late for an intervallo when I joined. Miracle began as I hopped on Limbus. Yeah, because I like when I joined, when I first played Limbus, I think it was like the end of like season 2, and I don't even think there was an intervallo. I think it was just dead ass, like just the end of like Kanto 4, and then it was like that dead period there for a bit, but it was fine. Hashtag kill Lunar, kill Lunar. It's so silly though. Very silly Scriblio event. Always a good time. But yeah, all right. So how much spoilers was there? Like actual spoilers? As far as I know, none. I don't recall seeing any spoilers. The only thing I know is projector. And that's it. It literally means nothing to me. So I'm just like, cool. Be careful to pick Kim So and not Mouse. Oh, I was just gonna run whatever, like whatever the fuck I'm doing right now. Speaking of, let's go ahead and get into a consultation session, Aeon. Therapy already. Oh boy. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante? Huh? Oh, sorry. Did he say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... Imagine not doing a team according to the Kanto? Oh shit, I should probably do that, huh? Whatever. You're not gonna make me be able to grind this event. Oh, Lila's leaving. Take care. Sleep well. Or actually, you're going to... Oh, we're escaping from the spoilers, of course. Take care. Aw, imagine not doing boy love during the Pride event. No BL for the Pride event, for real, for real. Hi, Ocean, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're not exploding. Hydrant stretch. Yeah, imagine not doing a Pride team in the Pride event for the Pride month, bruh. Fine, I'll adjust it. They're not gonna be leveled up though. They're just gonna sit in the background. It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening at completely different places at once. On top of that, rodeo shopping chatter started to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisong, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rodeo and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and I thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gazelle Shaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gazelle Shaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gazelle Shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Araya Shiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments in the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Why are we using the Bongi? Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pocket? She bought into her pockets? How does she manage that with a huge baguette? And Otis's group, let's see. It looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC? No, it's not an incident. Though, I wouldn't say it's not serious. Ayo. I said, hi, Shiki. Hello, Aaron. Welcome, welcome. Aww. I think I've been brain rotted from like seeing like Aatrox like in League of Legends and going Aatrox, and then I saw like Aaron and I wanted to say Aaron. I'm so sorry. Like it's like one of those things where it's just like it happens so often that you just want to say it. But also, hello Skull, welcome. Callie Vale, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna do that. Let me see. What have you guys been yapping about while I was yapping? Oh, how is love to donate my 700,000 limbillion to seven-ish blue tickets to you? Oh my goodness, if you give me 1 billion tickets, I would never have to do the dailies for a while, for real. Aw, Ocean's left leg is numb. Oh yes, go eat, but thank you again for dropping by, Ocean. Let's see. Dante's power is low-key scary, like Big Brother is watching type shit? No, for real. Bro could probably watch when the sinners are like pissing, you know? Pissing. She's getting bullied again. Rip our stupid Faust. Saf, I will say, do you? If so, good luck on Limbussy. I don't know what Ocean just said. It looks very cryptic. Looks like a cipher. Saphera Noma. No, but like I don't have 2 A's in my name at the same time, so it don't work that way. Anyway, rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. They've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Butter Street, District 14. Why are you waving your hand all of arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized the hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabi has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. Swabi! I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? Tisk, this is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing? Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito? Finito a million years ago. Hi, Meep. Whose albedo body pillow is that? Is crazy. Deadlock looks different tonight. Get out of here. Why is your first thought about Dante watching the sinners piss? I mean, isn't that your first thought when you think of Big Brother and like your privacy being invaded? Or am I the weird one? You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, and that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' face and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. It makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Pop and flash, what is it, like popcorn? Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, Mr. Bamboo HATTED Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. Well, last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that? Question mark? You'll get it once you see it. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Distortion contract site. Condemned building district 14. Let's see. Hello, Shadow Stab. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight, because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. And what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine, and this is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha! Gotcha. Oh, L. I wasn't expecting there to be a dude over here that's just like looking fucking depressed or something. Question mark? Goodness. Known as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Wait, what? What? Him? Okay, not gonna lie. Why does he look cute?
Dante calls in the break period and they decide to test out how Malkith again. Their flames flare up as they see Heath and Ishi vent hate to each other in a peculiar way. Rodion eating 50 baguettes at the same time, and why is Ryoshu testing Donk about her blood like that?
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the biddies. I hear he's a total man failure. He looks so tired. She fell for it? What do you mean I fell for it? Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. Wait, what? Okay, but there's a dude standing here. Wait, is that his outfit? Like, what? What's going on? I'm so confused right now. Search for the inflection point. He looks so tired. Fell for the bait of the clothes. I did fall for the bait of the clothes. Was he just standing that shit up? Like, what's he doing? Damn. All right. Well, anyway. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo Hatted Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo Hatted Kim? Yep, and we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Who the fuck is this guy, dude? This is not what I thought. I guess Bamboo Hatted Kim in the distorted phase was like, you know what, just okay, whatever. So I have the time to get scared of a pile of clothes on a chair in the dark. I am actually. I am. If you put a pile of shit, like not literal shit. I mean, I guess shit could work also as well. But like, if you put like just like a bunch of things that make like some weird silhouette, and it's dark. Yeah, no, I'm gonna like, if I don't know what that is, I'm gonna freak out. I'm not gonna lie. Whoa, that fire under your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you? Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Long dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you're a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Hongdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? I think that's just called being normal and shy. No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the Limbus company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of glass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I don't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. Oh, what mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. What is this? What is this? Dante a pet now? All right. Clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Angdus apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Dude, he's normal. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably force you to stay. You catch on quick. First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Ball? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Hongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Wow. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses and add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. His expression's changing while they're yapping. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No kid. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. Oh my god. No No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Alright, so if these two are a couple, right? She 100% has the pants. Yes? We are in agreement? She pegs this man. Yes? This man is peggable. Yes? We're in agreement. Yes, chat? Yes? Definitely has the strap. You get it. Thank you. Yeah. So the other day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prostheses she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms. Even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness wed to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I'm beholding the marvelous prostheses of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by the LCD's Phenomena deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another one like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Oh. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's all right. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes upon every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. Thoughts. While everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. but Merceau's hands shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. Oh, what? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridged section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, yeah, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Merceau's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken off film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. Dots. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseam? Referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed, the point at which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector, or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion is never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yup, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, Peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZWI and Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere in the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Merceau? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Merceau? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of service. The what? Klaus? Hi, Delta. Oh shit, Delta's here. Fuck. Right when we got a little bit of French in there. Oops. Hi, Delta. Also, congrats on being top 5 grades 1 trick on Stat Locker. Merceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you could tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... that'd be enough. Thoughts? Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with N-Nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? Thoughts? And I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Question mark? Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Merceau, maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Merceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, there's no such thing as an objective point of view, manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Merceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of NCorp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with NCorp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are NCorp staff. Thoughts? Miss Sangdu? What are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha, and this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an NCorp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address: Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when the whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rhodia, Ryoshi, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Unfortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurers stuff the costume away. No! Okay then, we should get moving too. Alright, what are you guys yapping about over there? Rose will be making the sun face. Let's see. It's interesting they redrew the family in the new style. Oh yeah, that is true, huh? Right. Well, I mean, it makes sense, I suppose. You need to query SOOO.exe better. Ezra's first time talking to an autistic man. Marceau getting his monthly new Sprite. My sister's a big fan of Marceau's books, so I get to bug her about stuff from his book. Wild. Otis just butthurt that she was locked in prison and couldn't play detective. Asking a PM fan to read is like asking a fish to do algebra. No, well, don't talk to Reed, because Reed read stuff, for real. Continuable. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, it's fixed. Ah, shit. No! Okay, there's a 20% there. Do I have any? Is there any others? You're level 50 though. Actually, hold on. Can I just do? I haven't done the new UI in a hot minute, so I'm just like, I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, sure. I will grab you. Get my grinding done this way. Oh, hey, this specific team would be possible with a specific force loadout. Make this so with 60%. There's a 60% bonus? 60% for what? Where the fuck? How do I do this? Okay. Oh, there is a 60% bonus. What the hell? for the new ego. Oh shit, I forgot. You're so right. Where's ego? The ego. I forgot about the whole new looking ego.
Carnival time.
That's a long ponytail. Oh, what the hell? Getting Kanto 3 jump scare here. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Ongdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before a house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Herc? Ow, my belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly! The spot, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ongdu had followed so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I, too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I will ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Oh my god, girl. Holy shit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Class 2 pin framing staff. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... pop! A sudden flash blinded my vision white. As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh, where the fuck did we go? Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Yongdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Was that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. And though it generates a considerable amount of verisimilitude... I know we ran into this word before. Verisimilitude. Yep. Give me a second. How do I say this?
Verisimilitude.
Oh, it is just verisimilitude. Okay, it just sounds really awkward to say. This is... I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them pointing towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh, what the helly? Dots. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopal robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chunokuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle! Hello, Tilla. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day and hydrated. Thank you. Incapacitate. Oh, they have observation logs. Hamstringing. Escape cutoff. Undertake orders. Prisoner transport order. Head-splitting memory. Scouring hunter band. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same functions as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Huh, kinda cool, not gonna lie. Tracking traces, throwing the aura bond. Jumbled memories. Let's see, what about the one that's bind? Trammel chokehold. Oh, Chunokun. If this unit inflicted trust on target. Look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up to the powers that be. Gain prisoner transport arrangements. S-Corp commands two sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Chunokuns. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salpipio. Chunokuns, much like fixer offices, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a bandit is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Scouring hunter band. Huh. Okay.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Let me go macri with you. Also, more event currency with certain team. Yeah, I figure. I love all the sprites from previous cantos. Kim, let me specifically select which backgrounds from various seasons are on my loading screen. I'll make sure Maki's life is yours. So true. I love this unhinged Ongdu. Do you like women like that? If so, that says a lot about you. Is it me, or does Ongdu like to have fun messing with Kim? It's a certain type of person. It's just an unhinged yandere like. I don't necessarily know if it's yandere per se, but it's definitely like a trope I've seen. I can't recall what it is at the moment, but it's definitely something I've seen. A Volsion slash. You're probably not looking at my profile picture. Get called out, Shaka. Cinerate the fauna is here to fawn over you. Thank you, Toa. Great Hermes demands bloodshed of people whose face looks like a newspaper paper mache. We must oblige, Ayo. Good luck with that one. Possessive Menhera? I wouldn't say possessive either. Like, I want to say not controlling. Controlling isn't the right word either. Because controlling makes it sound like, you know, like manipulative. I don't think it's necessarily manipulative, but it's a certain dynamic I've seen portrayed before, where like someone is admittedly extremely pathetic, And then you have somebody that basically kind of not keeps them in line, but like, I mean, well, in some way she is keeping him in line. I don't know what I don't know what's the fanatical. Yeah, maybe I think that's getting closer. I also can't exactly say it's sadism either. But it's very much like I've seen this trope in like anime and stuff before, so. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Cause like I'm thinking if I thought of this like dynamic when I was a kid for my OCs, but like I'm thinking about it and I'm not entirely sure because like one of my OCs kept going through like what is it? I kept kind of changing like what I kind of wanted them to like be. But like, yeah. Anyway, this is not a foreign thing to me. It's very familiar. It's definitely silly though.
이제야 실력이 좀 되시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Oh my god, I didn't realize we had Ezra over here. Holy moly. Hello.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
운전의 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서
It looks like
해봐야지
we are
않겠는가?
almost gonna murder him. Yippee.
지령에 따라 참격.
I do think like whatever this background is though, it kind of looks very spooky, very like nightmarish. But I suppose that's distortions for you. Make everything kind of weird. Have we run into a distortion that doesn't make things like really weird? Has there ever been like a really cutesy distortion?
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 굳이 직접 못.
And that is
이번에도 멋지게
over.
해냈네. 엔젤.
Oh, okay. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with a measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to his sheath. Huh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reversed them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu move about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Could thou render a detailed account of this distorted phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon this environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Hee. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion, even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point, and maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to the rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopal robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. True, this speaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chinokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaways nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among the quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So is no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse for their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they only need a decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi, such as what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yi-song? Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokuns generated by distortion. That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chinokuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chinokun suggests a possible correspondence to Yi-sang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hatted Kim or Ongdu's memories. Thoughts. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ugh! If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake! And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chinokuns. That's probably our best bet. Ugh, every every time we take a job, that sucker just slips off without it telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatted Kim is right now. Uh-oh. Was the fried chicken a distortion? If so, that was sort of cute. Yeah, the bongies were, but they technically would, what is it? They like got onto the heads of people. So like, they're kind of like, quote, evil in a way, right?
보셨다시피 그런 것은 의미가 없었습니다.
So like, if they're evil, then
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
군주 작전 시작이군. 그러니
피를 머금을 시간이네.
well, what's this? Political commentary in my definitely not woke game? For real. And all those, what is it? Conservative chuds basically would see this and be like, nah, not woke at all. Bongi plush when? Bongi plush real when? And they killed the Bongi surpassed their kindergarten cooking class. That is so true. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell. What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Oh, listen, bud. Not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, fuck. How many bloody mouths are you gonna... How many bloody months are you locking to milk that? Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine macchioli rice wine to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, all right. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rats. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those dopa-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and murim tails never linger on the stage for long after all. Boy, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it. Important Lord, Chud needs a man failure, but he also is very, very good at his, he's very good at his, whatchamacallit, swordsmanship. Like, bro's a failure, but he's a skilled failure, you know what I mean? Same MF who went on a killing spree and then yield my flesh Intervallo. So true. Anyway, I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
down. Holy shit.
세프라 중 최고의 전투부서 징계팀이 나설 시간이야. 환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
I literally went to get water thinking that like by the time I'd come back they would be done. But no. That's crazy. Also, wait, don't these guys have observation logs? Ooh. Alright, incapacitate. Due to the expected difficulties in recording a voice log owing to the noise level in the surrounding area, and as the relative lull the situational emergency permits, this observation log will be handwritten. The flash is followed by anomalous alterations to select entities or surroundings. The flash is always accompanied by a loud noise. The noise is composite synthesis of various noises commonly associated with photography equipment, the rustle whining film, the high-pitched whine of electricity charging the flash component, and the like. Altered entities universally exhibit anomalies akin to a scrapbook-like collage of various print material, such as newspapers or magazines. For humans, these anomalies were most commonly observed on the face. After a certain point, most altered entities began to exhibit identifying elements associated with District 19. And once the alteration progress caused by distortion was halted, they returned to pinframe team staff members of NCorp, Service de Claw. It does not appear that this main mode of interaction is spawning sub-entities or summoning their illusions, but overlaying certain appearances to entities already in the vicinity. Noticeable boosts to the overlaid entity's combat capabilities have been observed. The exact cause is unknown. Current working theory... Oh, hi cat. Current working theory constructed by the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team posits a high-level likelihood that it is a location-type distortion. Following that reasoning, it can be concluded that this case cannot be resolved simply by defeating the altered entities. No further discoveries are to be made. The observation log is concluded. Is that the same for this one? Yeah, it is. Alright. Oh, rice wine pronunciation. It's Magoli? Ah. Also, hello, brain melted derp. Hello, welcome. Also, my cat's on my lap right now. He prefers me to be on my left side, which is far away, like the opposite of my mouth. So, don't mind me if I sound distant and far away.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
I'm also so easy, I'm not gonna lie. Can you guys believe? I was up since like I got up like at a normal human time today. Can you believe it? Like I deadass, like I woke up at like what? Like 7 a.m. or something. Dude, and then like I basically didn't go to bed. I did want to take a nap around like 4, but like I couldn't take a nap for as long as I wanted to because I wanted to play more Deadlock with Delta and Puffy, so it didn't really work out. But yeah. But today I did do my I did my daily polls. I got nothing useful. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the fuck?
다들 기운이 넘치는군. 역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅담 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가?
What the hell? Oh my god, they got nails here. They got more nails. Steel plate slam, nail head strike, undertake orders, investigation order, intelligence gathering, identical ring. nailing. Intelligence obsession. Huh. Okay. Alright. Think Saphera for wall PP, yeah. Or a Dawn ID. Think fast chuckle nuts. My cat is so comfy, but also, oh my god, I need to trim his nails. Their nails are so sharp.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그
Also,
끝이
hold on, I just
보이지
realized one
않는
was icy and one's reticent. What should I read?
또 멀고
Briefcase corner point. Weighted bash. In frame subject. Snapshot. What? So cute. What the hell is this on? Mouse. Mouse gonna make you explode, bro. Oh, did you get paralyzed? What the hell? Which scenario are you stuffing into a three-piece suit and dragging to a chapel to meet with an officiant? In short, who's your waifu husbando? For me, it's Don Quixote cause Sancho. I love me vampires. Vampires be hot. Much to my display is the same as mine. Yeah, and I'm better. Cause I've won what, 3 bets against you so far? Can't fault you for that, for real. It used to be Sinclair,
법을 이제야 좀
but then I
이해해.
became gay because of this game, so it is what it is. Happy Pride Month!
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
Well, now.
평소에도 이러면 얼마나
Sure
좋습니까?
about that.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
No.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
No. Oh. Dude.
이번에도 멋지게
Why are you trying to
해냈네.
knock over my microphone? What is
엔젤라님에게
this?
잔뜩
Not mute, am
칭찬을
I? No, I'm good.
당신의
Okay.
노고는 이곳을 좀 더
That
멋지게
third bet had
바꾸는
nothing to
게
do with Donkey. Yeah, but you keep betting against me for whatever reason. No, I still plan on buying the maid outfit. I have it pinned. That's crazy. Ale. Brain melted derp. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in the closet? We don't do that on our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did he not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. And then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Also reluctant, apparently. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, "It's done." My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Thoughts? Naturally, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him back to us and... sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then... well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, a boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it played out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. And though I confess I have also been concerned about him of late, his recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait, Don Quixote began, hesitated, and then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Merceau's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau, where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh, didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh? Where did he get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in this picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district, buildings mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docographer. Marceau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? And the photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marceau came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Marceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Marceau, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Crazy.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가? 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다.
20 photos.
아무것도 인간.
Wait, I don't even do the battle? After the battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a... Kumjo? Warding rope at first and gave it a little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. and the instant he brought them to me. We heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and the sudden jumps, except for Merceau, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with the clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. Hey, yo, what's this? There's a person there. This is kind of interesting. I like this flower one. That's cool. These guys are all sweating? That or they're really shiny. And then you have person with bread. If I had to pick one similarity between them though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt this strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. No, I think that's serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock forehead? No. Merceau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyphe? Sisyph. No. Wait, Sisyph. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph. What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's not popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for... Oh, goodness. Oh, no. I've encountered this word before, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Pronunciation. Haute couture? What? Haute? Me struggling with French. Is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. France is gonna be a fun Canto location for real. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager, I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp, that is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ongdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ongdu, can you give me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Oh, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. TWRC. I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Hey. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? Eh? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat! Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? I love the ones from that street. They're so good. Well, hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has... bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marceau had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Sille. Let's see. I thought canned experience batter was gonna be like a baseball batter and not cake batter. Like people really want to be a baseball player. Oh, no. I think of batter, but then I think of like, you know, like the term like baby batter. Yeah. I don't like the term batter. Bakery owner, bread queen. Oh, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave her a quick nod. This man, he works at Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assumed they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the buildings of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Marceau, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However... Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to a genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. Also sounds really sus, not gonna lie. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grander. It is because the memories provided by the canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth, verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls the significance, I cannot know, but they sell well. Thoughts? So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding out my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did. Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? You even gotta ask? Kurt, of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Oh, wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. All right, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Wait, first this bread before you hit me? For real, that's literally what he did. Manager. Marceau approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We're all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. Oh my god, we're learning about movies. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N Corp's taboo. Oh. Well, that would explain it. What if bro just wanted to be a movie maker but was not allowed because N Corp? That would be crazy.
당신이 이 숲의 괴수.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Marceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gotten through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Thoughts? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions would be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But the team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's gonna be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then, let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merceau, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo Hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So, he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the back streets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? A sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell? The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. He must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through his camera and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the back streets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It had made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet's blokes are down for anything long as there's coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pin frame team have been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. At architecture conventions, there will be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence? Please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Oh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Time to beat them up. Hi, Cool Cam. You're so right, Ish. I will radically change my life on this boat mail, for real. She's like, nah, fuck this 9-to-5 life. I'm gonna go boating. Risk my life that way. Girl wanted some adventure and she got it.
예측할 수 없게.
Yippee. So far seems very chill. I can see now where the projector term that has been revealed to me in Scriblio is now coming into play. as well as cameras as well. Because I remember Lunar mentioning that as well. So I'm like, there's cameras here? What does that even mean? Now I know, or I'm learning rather. Also, my voice is a little bit, what is it? Kind of strange feeling, so yeah. Apologies if I'm not going to be yapping too much outside of things.
크리프트 억지력이 높아진 지금 서둘러 제압을
It also
마치는 게
does not
좋을
help.
거야,
I'm
관리자.
incredibly eepy. Hella eepy. Are you sick? No, I think I just yapped too much. Because I mean, I was yapping a lot yesterday too. Because I had like a long stream yesterday. So. And then in the collabs, we do kind of get really into it. And like, you know, crash out and yell sometimes. So it'd be like that. If girl wanted some adventure, she could have tried lesbianism, which she's doing now at the ATM. True.
뻔히 보이는 게 이거 분강 맞지? 야, 필살, 바이올렛, 브레이크 슬램. 본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을. 정해진 운명 결정. 해분. 초월. 지령에게
패스드
불확실한
같은
것은
놈들은
없네.
이 광경을 좀 봐야 해. 환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사에서 이 정도 전투 능력은 있어줘야지. 복지팀 애들만 데리고선 뭘 한다고?
Bleh. Ugh.
지령에 따라 참격.
우와, 지금 완전
at me like you wanna be on my lap. Here.
같았어.
Come on. See those? Come here. Come here. Come here. That's not coming over here. That's rubbing against my leg. What? Cat on my lap. God, I really need to trim his nails. They're so sharp.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의
You guys
희생이
have
항상
really long
뒤따르는
nails.
법이지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 환상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마.
Why the
이곳의
hell?
목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있잖아.
What are you doing, cat? What are you doing?
된다면 4월을 걸.
Hi, Smokey. Have you tried out the new Ego? I have not actually.
대전.
Oh shit, that reminds me. In all these combat, I've been forgoing to get the support Merceaus. So that remind me for whenever we get to the boss of whatever this is.
이제 수에선 벗어났나? 기다려라. 징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는
You
칭찬은
ever sometimes
생략하는
wonder
게
what goes
좋겠지.
on through a cat's mind?
예측할 수 없게.
God, remember to support him or so. Thank you. I'm not at the boss yet, but thank you. I quite like how they depict him. Bamboo head Halaki. Oh my god, Bamboo. Bro's gonna get made fun of for real.
확실히 훌륭하고.
I like it too though, cause like we all expected him to be like a serious, like stoic hard ass or whatever.
다니며
Turns
많은
out,
기억을
nah.
쌓아줘.
Bro's a boy
그
failure.
중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면 본인은 더 이상 죽을 일도 외로울 일도 없을 테지.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Oh my goodness, just strange combat still. Please. Oh, it's not even on. Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
재밌겠는데?
Saphera? I said for the boss. This is not a boss. This is just another little bit. SMH, the true ones that for Gore's chat. I really am getting so EP though. Holy moly. You guys think I'm gonna make it? I mean, I'm already like 2/3 there, right? I think I can make it. I'm so low.
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다. 사람이の腕前です.
Oh, you're not allowed to move. I'm holding you hostage. What's on? That's crazy.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
You're gonna fall asleep on stream? No. You're gonna get a sap passes out on stream? I'm not gonna pass out on stream, I think. There's one of sandals this year. I cannot fall asleep. Mostly because he hasn't. What is it?
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Yeah, I don't even. I think he only comes onto my lap for like a little bit of snuggling.
굳이 직접 목격하지
Okay, he
않아도
only wants to move
느낄
out.
수 있겠죠.
Why is it too
이런
warm?
제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는
It is
몰라도
warm today.
직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 법이지.
Ready to
그
go?
희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게
Why is
아니라면
headbutting me? Okay.
한상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있잖아.
Yeah, he's leaving. SMH. He hates.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
She got snooze live on the stream. I must away. Take care, Booyo. Chat, be nice. Yeah, be nice. Even though chat's very chill right now.
필연적. 절대적.
Oh, we are yielding flesh. Holy moly, 20 though.
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번
이거
수가.
건강 맞지?
덕분에
But not as much as I would like.
넷 브레이크
But it'd be
슬랩.
like that.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
좋아요. 지령이가 불확실한 것은 없네.
Holy moly, there's still a billion enemies. Oh my lordy. I think they should just all explode. Just shrimply explode. Ezra's carrying. She's carrying my ass for real.
쾌하게. 그댄 선택받았습니다.
Big fan of Soul rolling a 0 with his S3 now when Ego does his thing. Unfortunately, I haven't used the Ego yet. I don't even know what to do for real. I will find out the hard way, TM.
생기였습니다.
프레스 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
기대해라.
At this pace, Saf's gonna finish the intervallo faster than me? Wait, for real?
멀쩡한 장비가
I feel like I
남아있으니까.
haven't really been doing it faster. I mean, I still have to yap all the fucking lines, so like, okay.
아비
And
교환.
the enemies have been super chill.
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 법이지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 한상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있잖아.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
I went full on blade lineage and they barely do damage. Oh.
끝났다.
One battle I couldn't complete the EX condition within 10 turns. Wait, are they like level, at least like level 55 or something?
이 심장이
이제야 실력을 좀
No
내시잖아.
damage? I'm being carried by the fucking power, what is it? Power creep? Power crept
미래를
IDs.
가봐와
제압 계획의
같이.
규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
RIP though, hot chick.
예측할 수 없게.
I did it with
있는
BL
힘껏
plus
찔러놓고
pinkies and it was
웃겨놨지만
fine.
저것들은
Blade lineage IDs
언젠가 다시
carried me?
재생하겠지. 내가
Wild.
부서지고
We use the
파괴되어도
new
다시
Salt
교체되는
Eagle.
것처럼.
I do feel like that
완벽하게
one helps a
수행되었지
lot
않은가.
based on what you guys are
하지만
telling me.
아직 기약은
Pursuit 2. Oh my god, more combat.
없구려. 여전히 난
Oh, there's something new here though.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. What? Yeah. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de Clos is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Thoughts. Marcel stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Marcel? Thoughts. I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choose his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? And that is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Merceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of traveling together? Bro's just autistic. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Marceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. Oh, what is this place? Bloody hell! Them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's AO? One of them? All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Oh, is that the projector? And immediately, I could tell what it was. And distortion. Oh, there's a face there. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chinokun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness, past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against a side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224, you are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... Oh, what is foolery but witness buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brool of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. Damn, this bro's putting out the fucking words now. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. L. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Thoughts? Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Nuts. In that split second, I think I saw Merceau's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. I love being flashbanged. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take his damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim, surrounded by a small army of Chinokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Ongdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wondering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Merceau identified, there's something different about the group of Chinokun this time, and they were accompanied by someone else. Oh, a warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the Sol Circle, to be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner, I'm... Young... Oh! How do you fare, friend? Oh, Im? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinokun began to swarm us. Ayo? It's a samurai? I mean, that much I could get.
이건 어쩔 수 없는 거야, 관리자님. 엔젤라님의 명령이거든.
Ox splitter.
되도록
Bear
그녀의
splitter.
신기를 거스르고 싶지 않아.
Sword of the Homeland. We assume stance. Cool. Unclashable with assist units. Prioritize the sinners. If the target skills assist defense, convert into unbreakable. Oh my god, I get base power plus 8? Ugh. If target skills assist defense, this effect does not activate. On hit as an unopposed attack or on hit against target that uses assist defense, gain 2 swordplay of the Homeland. Okay, so you want to fight these. Yes? Guard form. Develop memories. Gain 3 memory transition. At 0 stack, retreat and transition into a different location. When returning to the field based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat. When in battle form of the homeland, bear hunt, gain stack. When in tiger hunt, lose stack. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Gains advantage at higher sword play. The mountains of S-Corp's District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Among them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. Tiger with multi-coin. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Fail to do so, and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Huh. Duzhong Brigandine? Iron Bulwark. Ew. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. Ugh. When it expires, end encounter. Oh, okay, I want to expire this. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Duzhong Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Duzhong Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean the armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with a limitation requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that with all the aforementioned armors, once the rider has familiarized himself with the extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with a promise of slaughter. Sword play, great. Wando. This unit has shield. Oh my god, I'm gonna explode. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes the Bow of the Homeland Arrow Loose skill. When this unit loses Lost Oak Clash for 2 turns in a row. And the turn after the turn in which this unit spent in stagger when in low morale or panic. The Sword of the Homeland S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches, Sao, Pi, and Pyo. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a Grey Huando capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Mismatched memories. At less than 5 game fragile? At more than 5 game fragile. Martial arts are perseverance. On Clash win. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can only be seized by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in holding my prowess. Head-splitting memory. Develop memories. Okay. What did I miss in chat? I think it's a Korean version of Warrior instead. I don't know the title of it though. Simply calling it Samurai would probably piss off plenty of Korean peeps. Since S-Corp is mostly based off Korean culture, that's valid. The question is how much of the information actually stuck. Well, shit happens, TM. That's kind of all I got out of that. Oh boy. This is gonna go great.
벤단 사월을
Trust.
소 펀치. 헥!
Wow, not a single fucking heads. That's crazy. How could you do this to me, Sinclair? Slowly we're getting descriptions as long as Yu-Gi-Oh card text. Oh my god, don't say that.
절대적.
I don't think you're wrong though. They do just be getting complex for real, for real.
야! 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Oh. They getting fucked. What was that? What was that pose of his? He was just so nonchalant. Oh my lord.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Oh, what the hell is this? Reassume stance, sword honing. If this, okay, so this is like the opposite. Gain 3 if the target skill is assist defense. This effect does not activate. On hit as an unopposed attack or on hit against target that uses assist defense exclusive skill, lose 2 swordplay instead. Okay. So, do I even have any assist defense that I'm aware of right now? Okay, but I can just let this be an unopposed attack. And that works? Yes. And this is a counter. Oh, I don't have anything to deal with this. I quite literally do not have anything for that. Ah. Ahaha. Ahaha. It should be fine if you just tank that. I believe you'll be fine. Who's it on? Yeah, you'll be fine. Trust.
벤다면 사월을
No, hey, those red and blue skills are very silly. They do look very silly. Yeah, I'll start getting some stacks up soon though, because I think the third turn or whatever, or after 3, he changes stances. So it kind of seems like you kind of want to float around, like you don't want to go like too much into the extreme, because you're gonna screw yourself over when he does a stance shift. It sounds like, if I have this right, which I hope I do. But I don't know.
둘
Oh.
기회를 잡았네. 휘청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 돌격하세!
But also, memory transition at 0 stack retreating transition to a different location. And then he returning to the field? So, like, what does that even mean? Okay, but what if instead you help them gain the best possible stack for their stance and make them fight interesting? You want me to throw? Also, hi Glitching Havoc and hi Orange. I know the shouting of this song is something else, but to me it sounds like Tom from Tom and Jerry screaming. You guys say that about everything. Okay, so do I want you to gain stacks? Do I not want you to gain stacks? Much confused. You know what? I just hit all of them and see what happens. Surely nothing bad happens, surely.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Like cat, come here. I think you should kill the prescript's target. Oh, I should probably do that. I didn't even look at that for real, for real. Me when I don't decide not to follow the prescripts exactly. TT smiley face. Oh. Sinclair's getting split.
기대라.
좋아해.
Oh, flashbang, oh my lord.
지령에게
what the
불합시한
hell?
것은 없네.
You just turn into a thing. The battlefield has returned from S Corp to N Corp. This turn heal 15 SP for all sinners. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage from sources other than skill damage from skills attacking this unit as the main target. Turn start after entering this encounter, gain 3 memory transition. If this unit HP reaches 1 or if memory transition reaches 0, activate the following. Remove self and N Corp class 2 staff from the encounter. Move the battle to a different location. Interesting. So, 3 turns. Doesn't seem too bad. Cause like my thing with these enemies is, do they even like, do they stop spawning after a while, or? I feel like I'm gonna be stuck with them for a while, right? I mean, only one way to find out, I guess.
아직 5번 더 갈라야
Is that the kid named Schadenfreude? No way. Lobotomy Corporation? 2 worlds, 1 fight? That seems intense. Friska tells me to use all my S3 on this 50 HP staggered dude. So true. It says kill that person. Overkill him even. I can't believe they just took a photograph of me. That's crazy.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Alright. Beat up this dude.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
충정.
Beat him up.
지령이 이끄는 대로.
Look at the rest. Thank you, Real. He's putting you in this cringe compilation. What the hell? That's fucked up.
미래를 과거와 같이.
이걸로 직원들의 목숨이 조금이나마 더 연장되었을 거야.
Alright, this thing is going to get nuked.
아무도 관리자님을 탓하지 않을 거라서.
Absolutely super duper nuked. In a bit, anyway.
예측할 수 없게.
능력의 심장이 참 낯절이댔기에.
Kill him! Easy. Exactly turn 3.
끔찍한 일이 벌어지기 전에 제압했네. 잘했어, 관리자님.
Okay, what is this one again? Gains advantage at lower sword play. Oh, they already don't have a lot of sword play. Oh, gains advantage at lower. I can read. I can read, guys. I can read. 100%. No problem. Trust.
그는 어디까지 각오했을지.
What's reading? So true. Thank you for the hydrate, right?
일곱, 앞으로 둘.
대응
Yeah,
완료.
beat him up. Oh.
전공 모드 마크 셋. 요리색 도끼.
Okay. We are making such a huge dent in that shield of his.
혈염도 바로. 모아쳐라.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
뜻을 해금하겠네.
조용하지? 언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧
So I want this a little bit higher? Question mark? Let's do. Let's have you do that one. Oh my goodness, look at all these dominating. Yeah, I want you to go claim their bones. Because it's been a hot minute since you gotta claim bones, bestie.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
억제 완료.
Gimme. Also, my cat. One of my cats is just literally laying behind my chair. And that's a dangerous place to be at. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's claiming bones. Holy moly.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼
I have a massive bone that needs claiming.
So punch.
I'm pretty sure Bamboo Hada Kim can take care of that. So bony.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 거. 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
Okay.
넌
Alright, now I don't want you to get your fucking thing back because you're cringe. Let's lose some of those.
거짓말쟁이가 되어버렸다.
Holy moly. I can have you go ham.
지령이
Cool.
참겨.
Oh, hopefully I put the skill in the right one. I hope I did. If not, I guess I'll krill myself. What are you doing, cat? I don't think I've seen. Have I seen the other skill that he has? The one of the one that was a rep. I wonder if I have, or if I just skipped
격정
it.
마음을 묻어놨어.
That's a holy moly. Furioso, let's go. Oh, not all heads rip. No, don't kill yourself. You're so sexy.
サンタさんの撮影とても効
딸아이도
果
이
的でした
상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
Flashbang. I shall set my form aright. Just a little more. I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. But... Shite! Haven't they had enough? About time they gave up in it? Oi, don't you go legging it again! That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyeon, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Hongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead relied on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyeong or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy and reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Oh wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seemed to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N Corp or the twisted caricature of S Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to his Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Isang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught to in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. A canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then. Photographed canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other key words could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities came to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it'd be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo Hatted Kim. Photograph, can experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening up halfway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, Before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding out the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. And besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? Thoughts? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework? Save the GPA? Oh my god. Face the sin. Save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Thoughts? Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? Heh. I'll show you why team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of the week situation for team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problem, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? Hehe. I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? Mere jest, you needn't worry.
구, on, 올.
Oh my god,
하지만
Limbus has been
슬슬
forever?
몰리는군.
Yeah. I should have done this last week, but alas.
거를 파는 곳 있나?
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인
Who
또한
the
감히 나리의
fathoms?
가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면
햇대에서 내려
Oh,
천장으로.
it's too late now. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp too, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. If I use my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had once said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga, thatch-roofed house, and feel a rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyong-op. Escort Military Commissioner, are you home? Dots. He. Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Whoa, look at these clothes. So colorful. I think that's really cool. Oh, also, holy shit, dude, poke these veins, guys. The veins on his hands, they're so pokeable. I'm not crazy. You can't tell me you wouldn't want to poke those veins. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyong-op the Principled of the famous Dim family? Saf is insane, but we love her for it? That Haley? Y'all cap if you want to poke a vein like that. You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the Principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise therefore you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinance have no wit to engage in such banter? Thoughts? Bro's just rage baiting, holy shit. Why? Am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. You're so real for this ish. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to a sassy gotcha-digging pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. And though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rain Hat. A man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. Ha! You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in 2, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue triumphing? Oh, I definitely ran into this word a bunch.
Traipsing.
Traipsing? Traipsing. So, feel free to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? I think this is what we call flirting. Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue...
Traipsing.
Traipsing! Continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of SOOOO? Rock tossing. I saved them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerbys. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People, fail? Bone and flesh. In particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the blood and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. Oh, it's Pat here. Hi. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. And then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pyo? Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Asalpipio Agro-Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry: Sal, P, and Pyo. Sal, P, and Pyo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pyo, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designated for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state counselor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state counselor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguish cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh, then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal courts to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully throw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them, until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. Question mark? So, when'll you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Oh. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one. Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Hongdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who was our first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from S-Corp. Yes, your silence over matters of great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We have made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. Oh my god, we're finally moving. Aww. Wow, does Bamboo Hattekin not know that the term damning with faint praise is a phrase that wasn't coined until Alexander Pope? What a plot hole. I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. That's crazy. And then Mackie says Kim is literally him. That's crazy. Technology is stored in the balls? We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of a sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Let's go with the swords. There's how many people are fighting up there. You must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sounds of war only grew louder and louder until they came to a sudden, silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of a hilt. Oh, red tassel. Okay. What are you doing, cat? Why are you pulling at that? Meowing. Meow. 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 I just realized I've been using my level 50 Merceau for a good chunk of this. Holy fuck. Oops. My bad. Don't choose number 3. It gives you a bum ass ego. Well, I didn't choose 3. There's a standard one, a regular MD, and lame. That definitely doesn't answer things for real, for real.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Meow? Yeah, because there's a cat meowing.
무, 파, 법의 이제 좀 이해해.
무아몽중.
Thank God I can do some of these ones, so I don't have to go click and drag them anymore. I wonder what Kim did with the woman though. Like, did they have to like kill each other or something? Or like what?
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
I also think it's kind of interesting. This is like what do you call it?
감자가 되어도 훌륭한
Kind of like elaborating more on Kim.
도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면다.
Pretty interesting.
사원수 감자.
Oh, it's the illusory. I kind of figured it was gonna be something like that. Yeah. Apply 2 damage up to all allies gift. I mean, it's not a bad gift, but it's definitely a basic one for sure. Hydrate. Limbus Company Dante. Oh, thank you. Thank you, manager. Only in focused encounter?
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
딸아이가
이제
이 상처를
수에선
I already
벗어났나?
lost like what the context was for that. That someone staggered? Oh shit.
고귀하게.
I do. Wait, hold on. Is that Kim? Am I? Oh my god, it is. Holy fuck. Oh, holy. He claiming their bows, bro?
눈을 감을만한 가치가 있는 녀석.
Damn. Illusory hunt condition only works in focus. Oh, I see. High catastrophe.
네 피분수.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Oh my god,
다니면
I didn't know Kim was here already, though. That's
기억을 쌓아줘.
crazy.
언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
Excuse
데려갈
me.
수 있게.
As we were slowly looking around the streets of S-Corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group if they can help. I don't know. Who will step forth? I believe in you. Oh, why are you guys almost dead? Jesus Christ. Don Quixote opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where Bamboo Hatted, Kim, and Angdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. But why would? It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement, before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramicware vessel. Though this might be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need of this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone, I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Ha! Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave, the youth hurried on his path up, minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips.
보았는가? 지령은 절대적이라네.
When an ally gains assist defense, said ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. Oh shit, why is this one red? Is that to delineate that it's a focus encounter?
이 숲의 괴수.
He looks sassy. You do look sassy. How you doing? I'm good. I'm a little eepies. But we're making it through, and that's all that matters. Also, who has? Where is my? Do I not have fluid sac? I do not have enough gloom. I'm gonna kill myself. Where my gloom at? That's fucked up. Hold on. Wow. Okay.
그래.
Might be rough. Not gonna lie. Like deadass, where did the health go? I just pray they do not krill. They do not krill the They have krilled.
오늘은 쓸데없이 말을 내릴 필요 없겠어.
I think it's all the bleed. Oh my lord.
예측할 수 없게.
Do we get a heal before we go back to before we do the boss? I do not remember. I hope we do.
거탑을 새겨주지.
신기팀에서 다른 멀쩡한 장비가 남아 있었나 봐.
잠시. 아직 5번 수행되었습니다.
결정. 해금.
좋아. 지령에게
단순해서
불확실한 것은
조건
없네.
5번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고
지령에
돌아온다면
참가.
달콤하지 준비해두자.
엄마는 무기라는
Now I know why Index Sang has exploded.
던질 뿐입니다.
그대로 무너져라.
It's probably because Ryoshi took a fuck ton of damage somehow.
방금 상황 녹화되어 있냐고 물어봐. 이 정도면 엔젤라님에게도 신고할 수 있을 거야. 이래.
That makes a lot more sense because I was just like, what the hell happened? Wild.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Damn! Bamboo Kim has a billion health. What the hell? Oh, he's carrying bones again. I gotta go look at his skills.
이 순간이
Dude, he just nuked them. Oh my god.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 동호대 같았어.
이제 수에선 벗어났나? 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어냈군.
전투 감각 하나만큼
I'm gonna need to
저곳을 다니며
remind myself to go take a look at whatchamacallit.
언젠가
Bamboo Kim shit.
중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Bamboo Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Claim that we are the prison's guards, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Unsheath our weapons and stand ready for battle. Nah, we're the prison's guards. At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Oh. Oh. Damn, I failed it. Rip.
4, 3, 1 시작.
No, it can't be. My life is, the experiences, the memories I have recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Tangdu. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. Oh. There are bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselor's? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo-Hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Rice State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. A private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of the H-Corp each had their own armies. And that is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Gah. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favors repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at least last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reel the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councilor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state councilor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councilor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councilor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councilor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Oh, yet a tragedy has struck. All those lies sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, the bravery and justice of the honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain, and now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Might he be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? Thoughts? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungo? Cloudblade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, S-Corp is indeed pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from his bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with the S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han, heed us, oh villain. Han whole bite? Ale, also blue eye. And let the Aura bonds take you. Damn, he looks nice with his hair out. Sheesh. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungom. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Yongop? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agro-Industries is more corrupt than I had thought, rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal courts, you're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Yongop, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go, and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Thoughts. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongup had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant, humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... Yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they will want to kill him. Damn.
너무 약올리신 것 같은데요. 적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요.
Well, one of these instead.
예측할 수 없게.
Oh, I look at Bamboo Hatted Kim's stats. Yes, I will remember. Look at stats. Look at stats. Look at stats. Stats. Hi, Bam. Welcome. Kimmy.
기대해라. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
필연적.
평소에도 이런 데는 얼마나 좋습니까?
절대적.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는
이
칭찬은
순간이
생각하는 게 좋겠지? 되어내리라.
Oh my goodness, we're getting fancier skills. How's it going? And the music goes hard. The music is definitely good. It's going.
좋아.
단순해서
Where is Bamboo Hatted Kim? Where you are?
물론 좋은 성과를
Level 81.
달고잡
Draw the sword.
준비해두지.
Upon entering the counter for the first time, game brand no. Bearing of a SOOOO. Sword play of the homeland, Blade lineage mentor, yield my flesh to claim their bones. Acupuncture, yield my flesh. Overthrow. Oh my goodness. Yo, Harper, hello. Hello, how is your Mina the Hollower? How's that going? I said, how hard? Oh, there we go. Hello, the Neon Froggy raid. Hello, welcome, welcome, bro. So good, I love it. It's hella fun for real, dude. It looks so good when I raided you the other day. Dude, I definitely see like what is it? I remember a chatter telling me kind of gets like a what is it like a Legend of no, yeah, Legend of Zelda, like Legend of Zelda vibes, like the OG, like the retro stuff, and I'm like, oh, I see it, I see it. It looks so fun though, for real. But I'm glad. It sounds like you had a good stream, and welcome. Hi everyone. My name is Saphera Denoma. I'm a Trini Necromancer Nephilim Wolf. I currently play a lot of Deadlock, but as you can see behind me is not Deadlock. This is Limbus Company. We are doing a recent Intervallo, so there may be spoilers ahead for people. So, well, for anyone who, I mean, Intervallo came out like a week ago, so I don't know. But it is potential spoilers if that matters to you. So, but also, Harper, if you need to go ahead and get any streamer aftercare, like get some EPs, because I think it's getting pretty late, right? If you need to go ahead, get some rest, go, you know, eat, go get water, go get a snack, all that sort of stuff, feel free to go ahead and do so. I will just be probably gonna hang out, finishing up this Intervallo. There's a lot of story to be had. Yeah, I'll be chilling and lurking till eat time. Have a wonderful stream, homie. Of course. Thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Congrats on being AFK from deadlock for 5 minutes. Actually, it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours that I've been deadlock free. Can you believe it? Oh, I'm choking. Alright. I will be resuming the game. Oh, I need to shrink myself a little bit because whatchamacallit, I gotta read story over here, so. But currently, not yet. I would like you to not explode. Who is this on? Yeah, back to playing this one. Where is my... Oh, this is my Faust. Should be fine. Put that here. That over here. This over here. Perfect, let's go. Oh, let's see. Yeah, right. I know you have deadlock open. It's just not showing on OBS. Oh, you wish. I think my computer would explode though. Only 4 hours? Damn, that must be a hard life. I find it funny that Heathcliff is just the apprentice to Rodion. I mean, I think a lot of people were clocking it because, like, if we have to think about which sinner would be Lucio, it makes sense. I would say it's probably Heathcliff, DPH. So, like, to me, it makes sense. Like, you know, taken in. But then I can't imagine because, like, what is it? Lucio's so, like, relatively soft-spoken, so that'll be interesting to see. I am pretty excited though for Rhodia because, like, not gonna lie, I can see why people are like, yeah, Valentina, she can kick my ass, she can beat me up while she's drunk and wasted, you know? Like, I get it, I see it. They made Lucio British is crazy. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chunokuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chunokuns, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. Oh, stop it. What should we do? Say that you don't know, then slowly turn towards the haystack. Point them to the wrong direction. What are you doing, cat? So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chunokuns hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that the Chunokuns had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you! Can't have those vile Chinokun take a noble thief like you away. Thief of the people! They're all wretches, I say. Wretches! So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk had taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo Hatted Kim had once done. Kim squeaked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. Already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both destined to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. Ooh!
뭐야?
Oh my goodness!
잘됐군.
And healed everybody,
신천명 고양이
bless.
스티커 하나를 붙여주지.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
What, you wouldn't? Like, you want to give them up? Fuck the police! All cops are bad.
저들이 기세등등하니 잠시 경계하세.
Speaking of all cops are bad, the Lego situation is so... It highlights that so fucking much. Like the Lego scandal situation. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say the Lego situation, you are missing out on some very entertaining drama on Twitter. Or not Twitter, YouTube. YouTube. Because there's like a YouTuber who basically is like exposing like a whole like this one company called Bricks and Minifigs and how corrupt they are. And then the police involved are also corrupt. Dude, that shit's whack. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get any more updates for a while because the YouTuber is currently actually being sued for real. So it is disappointing because I wanted to see what the third part was gonna be, but alas. What is the whole story? I've heard some stuff. TLDR, there's a dude who did a consignment with the Bricks and Minifigs store, where he basically gave up like supposedly $200,000 worth of Legos. Consignment means that, you know, he still owns the property, but he just gave it to a store to sell it on his behalf, and he gets like, you know, a cut of it. But then shit happened. The store owners were planning on leaving because they had to move to a different place. And then another person wanted to take over their store. And then essentially, because of all that, like they didn't have like what is it? The new store owners didn't want to uphold like the previous contracts of the previous owners. So basically, they essentially are stealing the Legos that weren't sold yet. And then they tried claiming like when it was approached, they tried claiming like, oh no, and we don't have that, or whatever we did have was only like a couple $1,000s. Like, it's not worth it. You can't sue us because we're just gonna bleed you dry. It's not worth it, dude. Like, just stop. But then that person wasn't gonna give up because their dad is really sick and it's their dad's collection. So they wanted to go sell it for, you know, to help with the bills and everything. And basically they went to a YouTuber named Reckless Ben, who decided to go do the investigation in a very YouTuber-esque kind of style. But it was like a whole fucking thing. And essentially, like, they were trying to do things like, you know, trying to be like, oh, well, here's the papers. Technically, there's a contract here. Technically, XYZ. Technically, you did this. And then they basically just went, nuh-uh, no, we didn't. Just sue us if you really give that much of a fuck. But like, you know, we're just gonna bleed you dry, etc., etc., etc. They eventually did sue them. They won a small claims court. And then the store closed. But then the owners are still basically just not paying them money, and then the whole company itself is like, yeah, we don't know anything about this. We don't have those Legos. You guys are liars. And then it's just a hot mess. It's just a big mess, man. But that's why I'm just like, you should watch the videos. They're very entertaining. Very entertaining shit. And then like police were involved, and the police are just hella corrupt. But TLDR, very entertaining Lego drama. Go watch their videos. Go to Reckless Ben's channel. Very worth it, in my opinion. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place a stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Young-op in there. Young-op was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as dry that nothing had changed there since my departure. Thoughts? Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Young-op appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Young-op wasn't like that. Young-op, I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is, but your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would force you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Young-op, second ordinand of the Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. I mean, this just sounds like Bamboo had a kid, had a bunch of anxieties, and it's basically like, this is what happens when you let your anxieties take over. I'm not gonna lie. Am I wrong? Due to the expected difficulties in recording a voice log. This one hasn't changed at all. Alright. Is everything the same? Aww, this is new. The three core circles of Sao Pi and Pio each remade the standard Dujong Brigandine of S-Corp into a form suited to their own doctrines. The old tales say that the Sao has been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The Pi harvests the blood that spills forth from each open flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pio takes the close of a slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. The sword of the homeland passed down in the Sao Core Circle is not at its heart an art of killing. We cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by Sal. Head-splitting memory. Eon take plus 20% damage on critical hit against and from Bamboo Haddock Kim. This flesh I claim. Okay. I am going to just assume that nothing has significantly changed. Which, if true... oh, fuck.
그려낸다.
이 순간이 닿아도록
I know, yeah, I don't like this where this is going. And y'all, bless you, thank you. How many coins? I don't know. 6, 7? What? I look at you and you meow at me.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
What? What?
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
So far it seems chill.
단순해서 좋고 붉은 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Lose these. Yes.
그래.
So far so chill.
내가 왔다.
Meow. Meow. 안녕하세요.
이 순간이
연털마요.
베어내리라.
I'm gonna be real, by the way. I have no idea how the real real Shu ID works. Besides, I just know that if she if you kill the nurse fathers on your team with her, she gets stronger. That's literally all I know about it.
털만한 것들.
Me when I have stopped reading all the IDs. I mean, I read the stories. But I don't read their kits anymore for the most part. For me, she's soloed floor 12 to 15 with all the debuffs selected. That's fucking crazy. She does seem kind of busted though, not gonna lie. Okay, she's gonna transition over soon, so oh my god, what do you want? I don't want to hit that. Is that on? Okay.
지령에 따라
Okay, you're just sitting here purring. Listen to them purr. So chunky, you know what? Look at my chunky boy. My chunky boy. Aww. See, I had all Nurse Father except for middle finger and Nurse Father, and once they all dead, she just soloed. I was like, what the fuck? He has to kill them, or just they have to be dead in general, because I've been having the others unlevel this whole time and die by enemies quick. I mean, her passive gets them killed. Because like if she takes damage, and they're on the team with her, the Nurse Fathers will take damage in her stead. So that's like a very easy way to basically kill them, is just have Ryoshi just tank everything and they take the damage. So I think she has to be dead. I mean the Nurse Fathers have to be dead. But she like, I mean, she, you know, they just have to be dead. That's it. Okay, what the hell's happening here? No tiger's flesh shall be left uncloven. This skill always flips head on Clash Win, but hits critically and does not consume poise count. So basically you have to win this shit, otherwise you're fucked. Wow. Okay, I mean we should be good. Yes.
지령에 따라 참격.
Aho.
What are you
looking at? Aww. No, she slowly kills themselves for her, but once she's the last one alive, she just gains buff. Her base kills a House of Spider ID twice per turn. Oh wait, it does? That's crazy. At the time, Middle Nurse Father, Thumb Apprentice, and Thumb Nurse Father were out, and she was able to do that. Imagine if you have all three, for real. I'm planning on doing a dungeon run up to 15 again once they are out. Yeah, I want to have a whole team of just them. And then Ryoshi would just be busted. So I can level up the Nurse Father ID because I want to use Otis on other teams. Yeah, of course you can. Like, there are ways to just kill them faster, I think. Like, we have, like, what is it? Doesn't, like, Isong or something have a fucking ego where you can just, like, shoot your teammate? Let's use that shit if you really want to get rid of them, you know? There's ways to definitely target, or to definitely get rid of them faster.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
Let's have you gain another one. Oh boy, where are these two on? You guys will be fine. Is this on? Okay.
재밌겠는데?
Stagger suit? I just hit one late on one. He just throw the fucking thumb dude from
대응
Honolulu.
완료. 괜찮은 공격이네요.
이 순간이 다
앞으로도
Honolulu captain. But she sold him? Kane Pixel, director of the movie The Backrooms, is 21 years old. Why are you telling me this? And then they get doxxed by whatchamacallit, New York Times or whatever. New York Post or whatever.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Also, has anyone actually seen the Backstreets? Is it good? The one I ever complained about in a Honolulu chapter and he got burped. Because everyone's talking about it. Wild. The thumb pinky dude. Oh, you mean Lei Hong? Also, Jammed, I like how you just spell thumb as thump. You don't even bother just try to fix the P into a B. And you're post doxing for no reason. Yo, the Backstreets. I love the Backstreets. Shit, did I say the Backstreets? The Backrooms, I mean. Look, I thought it was spelled like that. Did you actually think thumb was spelled with a P? Bro. That's just with a B, bro. Oh my gosh, she's claiming her bones.
그 뜻을 해금하겠네.
모두가 말한 대로 방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적고. 하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
This shit. Oh, I'm getting baited by the paralyzed. I'm getting ahead of baited by that paralyzed. Oh no. It's like, I know a bait when I see one. I'm gonna get fucking demolished. Hopefully you can just stagger and then I won't have to worry about anything. Ah, smiley face. Well, she's not staggerable until the skill anyway, but like, you know.
이 순간이 다하도록 되어내리라.
Did I stagger her after all?
지령이 이끄는 대로. 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게
I thought she wasn't staggerable.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
Any passives change? She's pretty easy. I'm like, am I doing this right? I am not struggling at all.
그려낸 대로 이 순간이 다
It will get staggered real.
되어내리라. 예측 을려 몰아치는 것을 저절한 원문.
징계팀에서
Million damage.
멀쩡한 장비가 남아 있었나 봐.
Hey, Ryoshu, can you do that like one more time? just like hack the game and just like do it like one more time during this turn. That would be great.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
I just remember, Saf has not done the railway. I have not done the railway. And no, I have not done the refractal either.
죽는
I
것도
kind of don't really want to.
그만큼은 못하지만 두렵지 않습니다. 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
It feels like PM decided to tone it down after a series of intense combats. That's a wild. Because like her mechanics are very straightforward. I'm like, this is real chill. I mean, I'm not complaining. I think every now and then we need something chill, you know. Plus, like, if I think about it, this is just Kim hallucinating, like fearing like the worst. Oh, it's okay. You're claiming her bones.
죽는
Perfect.
것도 사는 것도 지령했대.
The also got the Korean hand the refractorial rewards. Wait, what? She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? I can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo had Kim and Im Young-op ready for their final bout, Hongdu leaped in between them. Hongdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Thoughts? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me, my mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Is it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Hongdu? I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. Yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boats will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippin' larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. Thoughts. If the shame does not subside still, then enshroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. Thoughts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there is some merit in your words, that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Im-gyong-op were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I haven't had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im-gyong-op, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. Thoughts. It'd been embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Thoughts. Is it hi, he? To me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of Blaze to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
있는 힘껏 찔러놓고 으깨놨지만 저것들은 언젠가 다시 재생하겠지.
The photographs rapidly fold away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest, a legendary fixer who can make the syndicants cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs are taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. Damn. Kinda real, not gonna lie. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And then next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow, it must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinokuns of Salpipio Agro-Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro-Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it can be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Man, really? And before I even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Damn, dude. Ooh. Ew, you're really just gonna give us a decapitated sprite, bro? Oh, this is an 18+ game. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Op is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Im Gyong-op's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that headless corpses! We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Imagine dying by your own power. Headache is crazy. Kim's suicidal thoughts were left behind too. Don't anger the other dimensional people. Maybe just don't distort. and then generate things that can kill you. I think that sounds about right. Kind of fucked up, Mackie, but I do think it's like, I felt it was really uncalled for, TBH. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... well, that's for the LCD team and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phew, the point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Ongdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeves? Oh, what I wouldn't give till I down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Yeah, you've given me a hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Ongdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's, pin frame team, the foes...
Yippee readers yippee, Saphera yippee readers yippee.
Oh my goodness, thank you, Ree, for the resub for 45 months, yippee! Yippee for real? That's 1 billion months, you know. But also hope you're doing well, Reed. Welcome. The foes have taken photographs of us. And there are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Fine words hold water, yet, most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with a renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from Marceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? Dots. I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us. Louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first... Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on. Marceau, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marceau, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magasin Sisyphe headquarters. One Who Nails? One Who Nails. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Oh, wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, what should be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as the contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial would be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Damn. And that's where you ended, huh? Marceau just gets arrested, huh? Crazy. Oh, that's neat. I gotta see Boy Failure, Bamboo Hatted Kim. He F Lores. He didn't really look any different from his distortion. Oh, holy shit. I forgot I can get this.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Sheesh. Neat. Alright. I'll have to go grind the rest, I guess. Cooler hat, cooler sword. Did the hat look cooler? It looked kind of the same. I mean, it didn't have the hole in it for his eye, but I don't know. That's why we keep telling you to put the support. But it's okay. I'll do that when I grind. Let's see. Let me back read a little. Thoughts on Kim? Boy Failure. Also really silly. And not gonna lie, kind of hot. But also silly. He's such a neat loser chud. I love him. Says Maggie. Kind of funny how Dawn would have been so intensely delighted having photos of herself taken from before versus now. Model Rhodia. She's a vampire. Obviously, she wouldn't show up in any of the photos. That's crazy. What did Marceau do? He shot at the sun. My sister loves the book, so I knew about the arrest from her. I was surprised the arrest wasn't in his past, but rather happening now. They make us play Kim's Canto and Intervallo, then steal our Frenchman. Damn shit in N-Corp. N-Corp sucks for real. Marcel is like, this is another Monday for me, lol. No, for real, bro. So nonchalant about it. How the fuck are we gonna deal with Walpurgis? You just don't have Marcel easy. Every new skin for Hung Lu, the more daddy he looks. Crazy. Imagine Kim's hat just grows comically bigger when he fully manifests ego. That shit would be crazy. Next week, Railway. No, I'm good. Listen, I got a whole year. I got a whole year to do the Railway. That shit ain't gonna go away anytime soon. Yeah, here. How's this? How's this? I'll do Railway when I get my whole entire fucking team of the nurse fathers and their apprentices. That includes Rhodia and Heathcliff Lucio. Okay.
나리 계시는가?
RS6 is so fun. Is it actually fun?
그새 지령을 받고
I could have sworn I heard people complaining about it in the server.
나리의 방은 희곡.
Marceau's gonna show he's got Mong, and Dante will ask why he's never done that before. To which Marceau will say, "You never asked me to." No, for real. New skin idea. The more Killstone has, the bigger the hat becomes. That's crazy. Also, the idea for Hongul probably has people down bad with a rope. No, real. It's dude. It's like I think when they released the preview for it, I was like, dude, that's hot. That's hot for real. But then again, I feel like most of the art these days just very hot. At that where I'm just like, maybe I'm just so used to it by now. I'm just like, yeah, everything's hot. Banger. Dub. I'm not hounding to go and get my ass kicked in some goofy plus 20 coin power unbreakable coin railway. That's me for I'm not enthusiastic about that. I don't want to deal with that. Like I don't know anything that happens in the fucking railway, but I just know I'm looking at I just glance at it and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I kind of don't want to get my ass kicked right now. If I want to get my ass kicked, I'd rather get it kicked in deadlock because at least then I feel like I'm doing something. The battles are good puzzles, just the fourth station that's the pain in the ass. I don't even know what this means. You did kind of retry the first stage of section 2 like 10 times, but after that just balled the rest of it. Did you restart it to try get a lower turn count, or was it just like you had to figure out what the mechanics were? Or maybe she sold them. There ain't no way she's soling a fucking railway. Clashes. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually pretty nuts. Anyway, my voice is giving out today, so I'm gonna go ahead and stream. I'm gonna read you guys out. Never lucky. Just roll heads. Easy 5 head. Just tell your sinners they gotta flip heads, otherwise you're killing them. I don't know. TY first stream. I'm so eepy. You know, it's funny. I was really eepy earlier, and then I think I might have gone past the point of eepiness to the point that I'm awake right now. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but you know. After that, I have Faye. She gets solo anything. That's crazy. 5 hours of talking needs a lot of rest and water for real. Especially because I had like such a long stream yesterday too. Like I think with my voice that I use today, like it feels very much like the back of the throat rather than where it typically is, and I'm like, I can't tell if that's a good thing or not. But anyway, I'm ready on until who's playing? Is there anyone else playing Limbus, or am I the only one up right now? Oh no, there's some other people here. I don't know him though, so I'm gonna I'm reading y'all elsewhere. So it'd be like that. Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll send y'all over to Ray, so I can just raid and dash. I'm gonna treat myself to some Ice Queen. And that's really about it. Well, I keep fucking this up. Anyway, feel free to join the Discord if you aren't already. We do have dedicated channels for Limbus. We have a dedicated thread for Deadlock if you're interested in Deadlock, because I also stream a lot of Deadlock. And it's where I post my collab schedule right now for the upcoming week, where I do a lot of things with APR folks. I think the next one I'm doing is Deadlock actually on Friday. I believe is it Friday morning that I'm doing it? Ah, shit, is it Friday morning? Okay. Well, I'm doing Deadlock on that day, and then I think the next day I think it might be Among Us. I'll have to double check the schedule, but I'm probably gonna do Among Us again. Crash out on some people. Get betrayed by fucking Archangela and Lunatic again. It'd be like that. But yeah, thank you guys for watching me play the Intervallo. I thought the Intervallo was very silly. It's good to see Kim. Turns out bro was not anything like what we expected him to be, but he did have his moments where he was very poetic and very cool. And then our French guy got kidnapped. So yeah, cool. I'm looking forward to Merceau's Canto. I'm gonna see what's up with everything, because I have not read The Stranger, so I don't know what all that is about. Anyway, keep it vibing, everybody. Yipper, bye.